Hello, hello. Hello, Nurtle. Nurtle. Oh, wait. What's my camera? Camera. Yo, Nurtle, do you know if I can do this over here? I want to spawn a window that's floating. And then I want to pin it like this in a specific position. Can we do that automatically? Wait, did I change my camera resolution? Why is it more horizontal now? Maybe I did. Oop. All right, today we are June 16. Today we are working on cast once more, and what exactly am I going to work on? We'll see. So I think maybe potentially try to do something that works in the browser. Do a simple browser thing, you know? How about I try to compile this thing for the browser? So far I have been trying to run my things through Node.js to solve the lead code, but make a game only the JavaScript to work in the browser. So what should be the example? If I don't make a game yet, right? Like I want you to use some browser APIs that are not WebGL or Canvas related. I mean, maybe we can do the Canvas related, but like the simple Canvas related, you know, the 2D Canvas API. If you want to draw something, or do I do like, yeah, we can do a simple like I don't know, what's the hello world? What's the hello world? What's the hello world when learning JavaScript for browser using console log? No. Using alert. No. Document write. I want to make a simple need ideas. So the counter app, a button to increase, decrease, reset a number, digital clock, shows the current time and updates every second, dice roller, to-do list. I guess to do is the normal one, right? Guess the number game. We already have the guess the number game, but the one that's working in the console. Oh wait, what if we just adapt the current guessing number game to work with the browser through the inputs and everything? Right? How about that? I think that's might be a good idea. Let me see if my guess a number example I think it's not even tested right now. So let's try this. I moved my examples that are untested to the untested folder so that we know what's tested and what's not. So I can do something like cast example. Yeah, let's do a guessing number with the front end. Why not? Cast examples untested. Guess a number. Does this still work? Or maybe I broke it. What do we have here even? Yeah, it's broken. Cannot OR, not infer types in current context. Over here. Current loop context. Oh, break with value. Yeah. Okay, sure. Harry, hello. Nigel, hi. Alright, why does it not work? Break with value. Wait, do I have breaks in that example?
Hello, Harry.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Nigelithro.
Hello, hello. Oh, I have a loop. I have a loop and I have a break here, and this is what doesn't compile, indeed. Alright. Okay, I think for now I need to do a break this. Although, hold on. If I break without the value, it means that the loop... Yeah, break without the value has this. But break without the value must be current loop context, break value. This should be inferred because loop context for t is a break t. Okay, so like this is supposed to be inferable automatically already. All right. So I need to fix the language first, maybe. um, so it says when compiling macro current context. We need to go to compiler built-ins, macro current context. This one. My face cam is shrinked in size. Yeah, I know. I changed the resolution of it. It should be more sharp though now. Like, look at this. It was previously like squarish. I mean, I guess I can just cut it instead of doing that. 4K jump scare. It's not 4K. Just normal Full HD, I guess. What's the resolution? Yeah. 1920 1080p. And previously it was set to something like maybe like 640 by 480 for some reason. Our push-ups, all right, of course. Yeah, let's start the stream with push-ups. Hold on. Done. All right. So what's happening here? When I'm compiling the current context expression, I, for some reason, try to do the evaluation here. There we go. This evaluation doesn't need to happen. Instead... Wait, what? Why is my camera stopped? It also resets the settings. This is annoying. Okay. That was weird. Okay, so the problem is that I'm trying to evaluate the context type as soon as I see the expression, but that context type is potentially going to be inferred later. This is potentially going to be inferred later. And I need to wait for it to be inferred. Speaking about this thing in general, like, if I have an expression which is current loop context, right? Kind of don't really need to... Like, I could have this as a type description instead, you know, current loop context like that. Alright. Guess I will not change the syntax. It's just like, this is extra information, because I already have this information duplicated in the type of the expression itself, I think. Okay, anyway, but if I have this, then I guess I do evaluate this, but if I want it to be completely inferred, then I could do the current underscore and then do the type description. But I mean, if I do type description, I'll always evaluate it anyway. It's the same thing, yeah. Whatever. Whatever. Oh, wait. This is totally fine, right? Hold on. When compiling this, in built-in macro current context, what's happening here is expression current context data span initialize cast. I think this is the thing. When I initialize the expression current context, what? Context single. This variable set extend the with types. Is this the one? Because when I say cannot ord not inferred types, what did I add last time? Something about like catching panics, right? Creates util source. Catch panic. I want this function. It's been used in extend with types, which is being used here and there. Extend with or single. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I think over here. I feel like So the problem is inference of the contexts. What I'm trying to do here right now is I'm trying to make sure that the context is fully inferred, but I'm not asserting that. Should instead wait for this type to be fully inferred. Are my checks not async? They are not async. I want them to be async though. All right. I think I want them to be async. I need to make sure that my type is fully inferred. That's what I want to do. And I think this check API is also not really good. What instead I should do is something like this. I should have a... I should spawn a future. Should spawn a future. So this is code that's supposed to run in the future, right? Right. And I want that to be async. I want to have something like this: type type dot so type is of type maybe not inferred, right? I want this to be fully like something like await fully inferred, right? Which means that not just the yeah, because this check only waits for the top level shape to be inferred, and over here I need to wait to the fully inferredness, right? Yeah. Let's see, async move. Type await fully inferred await. So we need to have this API. And then I will say that this inferred, because this is the context that I'm trying to infer here, right? So this should be extended with types, which is going to be the type, which is now fully inferred, right? Question mark. Await fully inferred. Can this result in the failure? Maybe let's do a question mark here too. And then I just do OK. So this over here should just be spawned into the executor. Do I just give you the executor here? Maybe. So I just do executor spawn this this thing. Oh, and also this variable set current. Yeah, that's why we do this variable set current. Yeah, the inference should be better for sure. Okay, so all that's missing then is me having this API await fully inferred types, right? And then obviously this single is used with the cast. You know what? Let's just give it cast, which is going to be cast cache executor, I guess, is where it belongs. Okay, so what is await fully inferred? This is for the inference, right? Inference module, we have a thing which is a struct, maybe not inferred. This thing, we have a map function, but what I want is to have a async function await fully inferred self. We give it a result because sure, why not? So what I want is I want this variable itself to be inferred, but also all of the variables that we refer to inside, right, to be fully inferred. Okay. I feel like this should be part of the inferable trait. We can unify two variables into a single variable, but we should also await fully inferred here. Self array result self. We can do async traits now, so I can just do async, right? If I only do static dispatch, which is what I do, should be easy then. Async function wait fully inferred. And this is going to just delegate to all of the inner fields and await all of the inner fields to be also inferred. Yeah. Okay. But this one, I feel like we need a recurse cache. So that we, like, because we can have recursive data structures. Yeah, that's why. Okay, and then eventually, if I just say just like a standalone method like this on the maybe not inferred, if I want it to be fully inferred, I just pass the new recurse cache. Maybe I just don't need this method here. I just construct the cache every time I do that. Yeah. Okay, so for the maybe not inferred, we just do self 0 await fully inferred cache await. Oh, this is a standalone method. All right, fine. Well, I mean, that's just what I'm going to do. Same to make same here for a variable. So since this is a variable, what we need to do is I need to wait for myself to be inferred, right? I can, for example, self add check inferred. Okay, check result completed, but before that, I can do so I want to have the async one-shot channel probably here. Async one-shot. Eventually I will do it not through the add check, I guess. Let sender receiver is async one-shot. So eventually we just do receiver await. Is it inferable a thing that is always clonable? Yes, it is. So we have the inferred value here. I'm just going to clone it. Sender, send, inferred, clone. We ignore the error. It just means that I'm not interested in this anymore, right? Something like let, I guess, wait, can I do okay? Can I do a pattern here? Okay, this, or error async one shot closed, because that's what we are trying to have here, right? No, this must be a let. All right, that's fine. Oh, and then we are not allowed to have the match pattern. All right, fine. Just do a match. Oh, closed is like this. All right, just makes it more explicit that this is the error that I'm ignoring. Okay, so this can be also match receiver await. Okay, inferred. Then one thing, if it's error async one shot closed, if this was closed, then I want to bail, saying that value was never inferred, right? Suppose there is a scenario where a function with a trait bound on its parameter wants to set something on the parameter for a set stuff trait method. The parameter type would have to hold an option none until the trait method is called, which is very runtimey, because I can guarantee that the set will always happen. Init stuff into self trait method takes away the type's ability to be initialized before it's passed to the function in better ways. Well, you can do maybe an init, but that is kind of unsafe, I guess. You want the safe way to do it. Then you don't do the set on the parameter. You want to return something from the function instead of doing that. That's something that I don't like too. So that's why I want to have the out references, not just mutable references, right? Some languages have that, where you can pass a reference to an uninitialized value, but you cannot read it. You can only write to it. Yeah, and like for the same reasons, there is also like overhead for... And the camera is broken again. Wait, why does the camera break all the time? So these new settings, they don't work well. For some reason. Should I just... We can try reducing. The resolution after all. I don't know why that would matter though. It's weird. 1, 2, 3. Like that shouldn't matter, right? But yeah, like similarly to that, to what you were saying, like yeah, I agree that it's a pain. And similarly to that, also sometimes you want to make sure that this stuff doesn't get used twice, right? The very common example is the iterator in Rust. You know, if you have a function that takes an iterator, right? Something that implements iterator, right? And you say something like this. You just do a loop and you do iterator next, right? So this means that you can call the next method on the iterator if the iterator is also already finished. It's like the opposite end of what you are saying, right? Like sometimes you already like want to statically know that the thing is no longer usable, or if the thing is already initialized, basically. The problem is in general that a lot of the code cannot just be easily extracted into a function, into a method, because of that. Especially with this initialization, I guess. Well, I mean, yeah, like the only better way right now is to return the value. You don't take a reference to an uninitialized value, you just return it, and then you assign it. That's it. The solution was to have two traits, one for the type before it's initialized, and the one trait for the trait that has been initialized. Well, I mean, if you have the type that is not yet initialized, then this should be returning the thing anyway, because the caller wants to potentially do something with the value that, like, after it is initialized, right? So you need to return it from there. You cannot have an out reference. Okay, what was I doing here? Await fully inferred. If I have received and so if I have inferred the value, basically, right? I guess I need to do this. Function async function await inferred. So this is await not fully inferred but just inferred. This will give me the t. Yeah. So this is what I do. This is here, and then the fully inferred is going to be different. So this one is just returning okay inferred. There you go. Wait, what the okay. I don't know. I know what's wrong with my camera. It's broken again. Why? Do I actually need, like, so, like, is this the old resolution that I was having, the 640 by 480, and only then it doesn't break? Why is it so small though? It doesn't capture everything now. Now I need to remove the zoom probably. Oh my god, this UI is horrible. This UI is horrible. Yeah, I guess that's what it was. We'll see if it breaks. Yeah, now it's sort of like rectangular again because of this resolution. Whatever. Yo, Bull City, hello, hello. You was more asking from like a design perspective. Well, I mean, I would like to design it like you are saying it, right? Where, like, I would like the language to allow you to have the out references, but it's just not possible with Rust. So with Rust, the only way to do it, if you have uninitialized value, you don't pass a reference to it, which is like what your function, which is like the setter, would need to, right? Well, I mean, you can, but then you are having a reference to an optional, and you initialize it to none instead of having actually an uninitialized value, which has the runtime cost, like you said. So yeah, closure may outlive the current function. Move. Sender needs to be mutable. Happy Nora. Hello. Variable doesn't need to be mutable. What? You literally just said that it needs to be mutable. Oh, it's captured in an fn closure. Oh, because sender send. No, hold on. Hold on. Wait, what do you mean? What are you saying? Cannot borrow sender as mutable. It is captured in an fn closure. Oh, because this one is fn. Can I do fn? I can just do fn mut here, right? Oh, but I'm storing it inside of an arc, so I cannot. Okay, fine. We'll just do this. Let sender is like mutex new sender. It's whatever. Sender lock unwrap send. No, the resolution of the camera didn't fix it. Why is my camera breaking all the time? Anyone knows how to fix this? It wasn't breaking before, right? Oh, maybe it's because auto reset on timeout or something. Let's try this. Because previously I'm not checking these variables, but we had the glitches. Maybe that's the thing. I was trying to mess with settings and I broke it. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so await fully inferred is the thing which, first of all, I need to make sure that the that this one is not cached yet. So cache. If my variable is cached, how do I do that? Something like this, or here we have the map, right? Cache insert doesn't return anything. I think we do the same thing like that. So from inside the cache, I'm trying to get the variable, which is self. If some, so like this should be just a unit. I think I'm just throwing units there. Just return okay. In this case, I think. This returns await fully infer just returns a unit. Await inferred returns the actual inferred value. This one just waits for it to be inferred. I mean, I can return the value 2, I guess. So t. Sure. Result, okay, result. 10 more push-ups, all right. Hold on. Like you're flexing on the baby that you can do more push-ups than the baby? For now. That's just for now. All right. So what I do is I do self await inferred, and this is my value. Right, this is my inferred value, and then I insert by self. I insert the inferred value. Cloned? That's a lot of cloning, but sure. And then, yeah, then I also return the inferred. But then over here inside, I say inferred dot await fully inferred. So this is where the recursion happens. Lazy008, hello. All right, and now I need to make sure. Yeah, this. This is not returning self, right? So inferable returns self. Meh. I guess I don't return the self then. Yeah, just return the unit, whatever. In this case, I don't clone it actually. We just do that. Yeah, that's better maybe. Cam broken, by the way. Oh, it's broken again? Shit. Nothing. Okay, I don't know. Today the camera is just breaking all the time. How do I debug this? Why does it break? Classic Linux experience? We can try changing the video format. Maybe it will fix something. You don't have issues with your camera? I didn't have issues with my camera before today too. I just changed some settings and now it's breaking today. Right? It was working before on the other streams. Hello, Devninia. All right, inferable for option T, function, await fully inferred. This, no, not function, async function. We say if let some value is self, then value await fully inferred. await question mark, and then we return okay. For box, async function this, we say okay. P, await fully inferred. Self cache, await. Like this. Question mark. I guess just do this. For vecti, async, await fully inferred. So what I'm doing right now, for people who are joining, I'm trying to I'm adding the API to wait for my types to be fully inferred, because sometimes I need it to be deeply inferred every like deeply inferred, right? Not just the top level shape needs to be inferred, but it needs to be fully inferred. That's what it means. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so this is a vecti. I just say for value in self value await fully inferred, await question mark. Okay, like this. Okay, then await fully inferred. This needs to cache. This needs a cache. In this case, I just do recurse cache new. I think. Yep. That's where I actually use this API. So it's needed for the context. For example, at least right now, I need the context might only be fully inferred. Wait. Send is not implemented for din any static. Future cannot be sent between the threads safely. Oh, wait, hold on. So if I have the async function in a trait, is this function send or sync or not? Renamed recurse cache to cursed cache? Sure. We'll make it a doc comment. Down. For context data. Context data. Await fully inferred. Types for type in self types. Type await fully inferred. All right. Down, await. And this for context. Context has the not inferred context dead, so I just do self 0, await fully inferred cache, like this. Wait. Name, inferable for name part async function. This. So this is where I need to do a match on self. If I have a file, then nothing needs to be done. If it's a string, nothing needs to be done. If it's a symbol, nothing needs to be done. If it's instantiation, then I need to value await fully inferred. If it is impl cast, then I need to value await fully inferred. I need target await fully inferred. Down. For this one. For this one, I say for this one, I say this is a name. It just has the argvec. Okay, so we just do self 0 await fully inferred like this. right? Right, and then there is more things. Tuple types. Tuple type. This one is going to be... I have name and I have fields. Alright, so basically... Can I just say let's self, like this? Is self. Yeah, that's what I should be doing. Name, await fully inferred. Fields, await fully inferred. This is what? This is a tuple, yeah, which needs to be implemented. Names are different. Yeah. This is just saying that fields don't implement tuple. Method not found in a reference for tuple. Yeah. Shouldn't I just have the inferable for tuples here? For tuple? Yeah, and that's what I don't have. Let's have this here. So if T is inferable, then tuple T would also be inferable, right? If await will infer, then just say self values. For value in self values, value await fully inferred. And then hello farmer. Return okay. Or make same. I do this. Just do A zip B. Like that. This needs to be awaited. Okay, and then this can also be just inferable make same a dot fields and b dot fields. I don't need to have this implementation here at all. Okay, next variant type. For fully this, yeah, we'll do let self itself name await fully inferred variant wait fully inferred. Okay, this one is variant type variant. Name is just a string, so it doesn't matter. We just do this, and then value wait fully inferred. Okay. For the type shape, we need to do a match self. All right, let's see. If it's a unit, if it's a boolean, if it's an int32, int64 float, character string, target, multiset, context, AST, expression type, syntax module, syntax definition, or symbol, those things don't have the inner fields, so we just do nothing. Otherwise, if I have unwind handle, wait, what is unwind handle? Type await fully inferred. If I have a binding, do bindings need to be inferred? I feel like no. Yeah, I feel like bindings don't need to be fully inferred. They are already fully inferred here, right? You do. Or maybe like bindings should not be present in the inferable. I don't know. We just have it to do here. Check hash map. Type await fully inferred. Wait, this is a hash map type. Do I not have the inferable for this? Yeah, have this be yeah. Let's refactor then a little bit too. Inferable. Make same. AB. So I need a inferable for hash map type. Make same is this. And await pool inferred will be self key await value await Scottish stream. What do you mean Scottish stream? Unicorn is Scotland's national animal. Unicorn is my programming language mascot. Because it's a magical programming language. It's a perfect programming language which is supposed to not exist, but it exists. So it's a unicorn. Scottish language. Why does Scotland has the unicorn as a national animal? What's the lore there? Variant type. Oh, it's already implemented there. Nice. Tuple. Function. Template. Template has a maybe compile function there, which is very weird to do here, I think. Macro. The unicorn is Scotland's national animal because of its deep symbolic meaning in Scottish history and mythology, not because it's real, of course, but because what it represents. Here's why unicorn makes sense for Scotland, a symbol of purity, power, and independence. Why are you using AI though? Well, I mean, AI is basically the new Google search. So, like, isn't that how you're supposed to use? Like, that's a good usage for AI. There's no way it hallucinates for this question, right? Okay, a recursion in async FN requires boxing. You know what? I have a feeling that like this async function is not going to work properly. How about I make this an async trait? Async trait like this. Inferable. I want this to be async trait because then it's going to like box the things automatically, right? Do I need async trait as a async trait workspace true dependency here? Use async trait, async trait. Here, here, and here. Like what this macro does is it's making the async functions boxed automatically. Okay, and here's what I see the example. I have the std any can be sent between threads. Oh, because it's a recurse cache. Oh, wait, hold on. So recurse cache, this is at the any map. It cannot be. It is not send. Can I have an any map which is send? Can we have din any send? I need this to be async, right? Any map 3, is that what I'm using? Think I can. So yeah, I need to do like a map din any plus send plus sync, right? That's what I need to do. Right? The one that I am using is just the any map, which is mapped in any, but I need to do any map 3 map in any plus send plus sync. Does this work? So yeah, this means that we need more things, like key and value needs to be not just static now. This also must be send and sync. Send, sync, send, sync, and static. Do, 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 do. K as this ID. Yeah, no, not K. When the identifiable where ID is send and sync. There you go. V send sync clone static identifiable ID send sync V send sync static. Beautiful. All right. Devninja successfully cursed the recurse cache. Is this cursed though? I don't know. I mean, that's yeah. I mean, can I do this without using the any though? I don't think so. Okay. Async trait. 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 And here and there and over here. And down here too. And this. And that. And this. And this. Okay. So now we have a couple more issues, which is the type over here. A function type needs to implement this other thing. But now the problem with this, when I'm using the macro, is that I don't have the auto-completion anymore. Annoying. Async function. Await fully inferred. Self cache. First cache. Result. Unit. Let self be self. Argument. Await fully inferred. Contexts. Await fully inferred. Result. Await fully inferred. Okay. I feel like this could also be, could just be like most of these inferable could be derived. Maybe I will write a derived macro eventually. Let me copy paste this signature. Oh, this is owned places. Element type await fully inferred. How about I just do inference for owned places? I mean, I can just do inference for owned places, I feel like. Right? Like, just, yeah, they just should implement the thing. Values await fully inferred cache. And like this code also needs to go. We just say inferable make same a values b values. This wasn't even correct because the stupid zip operator in Rust doesn't check that the length is the same. Oh no, I did check the length earlier though, so that's fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, so this is just that. Right? When I am doing the inference for that. For the owned place. Implement inferable for owned place. Now, elided named lifetimes. Beautiful. Life 1, life 0, async trait. Do this first. And then this is await fully inferred. Self cache. Okay, so this one should just be self 0 read value await fully inferred. I think that's what I want. Why is this nested? If I'm making these things the same, not always nested. It should use the same mutability. Maybe mutability should be the same. Inferable make same a mutability and b mutability. Let's do inferable for mutability. Why not? Implement inferable immutability. Oh my god, I hate this. Do, 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 do. That's the signature. We just don't do anything here for awaiting this, but for making same, I just say if A is not B, then I fail. A is not B. For mutability. Otherwise, I say okay, A. Async trait. Right, what else? Inferable for value impl. Await fully inferred. Value impl is this. Okay, so I need to match self here. Why is there no code actions available here? It's a value impl. You can, like, why can you not? Stupid Rust analyzer. Why can you not do this? So if it's inferable, value, then I say value await fully inferred. Cache. If it's non-inferable value, then I still do await fully inferred. Just can contain the inferable values inside, right? Just do okay. Okay, and then inferable for value. This one just has the impl and everything. Okay, so can just let self is self. Impl await. Type await. Wait, do I need to await the type here? I kind of not sure that I need the type. I'll keep it here for now. Is it needed? Okay, and then value shape. This one is the difficult one, right? Match self. Please. Stupid. Stupid. Can I just have this? Function who self. Match self. There we go. That's what I want. Now we just move this from here to there. Okay, unit, boolean, this things, multiset. Wait, this is types? No. I need not the types, I need the values. This is wrong. Types I already did. Simple value shape. Who self, match self. That's what I want. Okay, so unit boolean int 32, int 64, float 64, character string. These are already done. Okay, list. List would be list dot wait fully inferred cache. That's what I needed. Like this, right? Tuple. Tuple. Typed function. Typed, wait, hold on, function. This is typed functions. Wait, typed functions don't have the thing? Tuple values? Don't tuple values implement inferable? We'll see. I mean, this is it, right? If this is there... Oh, this is implemented for tuple itself. I see. Not for the tuple value. Because this implements the ref. I see. This can actually lead to a bug. If we have a function, value shape function. Oh, we just fail? Functions are not unifiable? Okay, fine. That function. I mean, I can leave this to be a to-do, actually. You know what? Let's just leave this as a to-do. Let's leave some of these as to-do. I feel like I will not need to maybe do that. What about the binding, though? The binding, potentially nothing, but to do check, maybe I will need to do something. Variant value. Value. These ones also need to. Variant. Oh, wait, variants are also failed right now. Okay, let's just have it to do. Whatever. Let's just have it to do, and then, like, I'll do them as needed. Multiset. To do contexts. To do AST. AST doesn't contain any things inside. I think this can be nothing. Expression. Expression is definitely a to-do. I'm not sure what is needed here. If we have a type, then I just need to have type, await fully inferred. If we have syntax module or syntax definition, then I think we don't do anything. I have unwind handle. This is the unwind handle. Let's have a to-do. Symbol does nothing. Hash map. Let's have a to-do. Right, I'm too lazy to do all of these right now. Let's have a to-do everywhere. Sure. What's target? Wait, what's the target? Oh, the target is the compilation target. Sure. What did I do? Well, if you look at the insides of the recurse cache, then I have this type now inside, which is din any send sync, which was previously a little simpler, so it became more cursed. Place. Use of moved value A. Because I do this. Question operator has incompatible types. Cannot convert from place mutability to value. Oh, okay, sure. Mutability is this. This over here is value. but I need to actually pass them here in the opposite order, right? Like this. Sure. I don't know why most coder say that naming things in cache invalidation are one of the hardest things to do. Well, this cache is easy. I don't really invalidate it. I invalidate it when I drop it. This cache never gets invalidated. It's just when I'm traversing the recursive data structure, I need to... Use of mode value this. Because I do this here. Okay, because I move that there. Okay. Can I do that? Is this? What's the better name for it? So, also this. You like OCaml naming convention of naming primary type in a module is just T? I actually hate it myself. Like, why do you need to say option.t instead of just saying option? Why? Because in OCaml, this is a module and the T is the type, right? Which, I mean, kind of, I have the same problem right now for me, so I can have the same convention. For example, I have the module hash map, and I have inside of a hash map the module, the type hash map, right? So this is, this actually results in me writing code like std collections hash map. Key value, like that's the full name for this, so I could have this .t, but I mean eventually I just want, I guess, the module and type to be usable. Like, I want to merge them, right? So that type is used as a module too or something. I'm not sure, but we could do the OCaml convention here. Same applies to Elixir. It's so good. I don't think it's good. I think T is ugly. Just needs methods first. Yeah, I guess like when you have methods, it's basically the same as having type as a namespace, right? So type is also usable as like an object. Yeah. You are ugly. Elixir. The convention. Is it actually using the same one? Better to use T versus T. Type specification. Type T, string.t, like why, what, like this is ugly as I don't know, like this is the ugliest thing ever. Why do you just say string T? If the type of this is a string, then just say string. Why do you need to say string T? I mean, this is because of the limitations of the language, which I currently also have. But like it's ugly. I think it's ugly. It's a good enough, like it's not beautiful. It's just like it's good enough as the as a workaround around like the limitations. No default type export, which is good. Well, I'm just saying the type is a module, right? In this case, like in case of a string, like .t is ugly. It's like naming your variable A or B. It's bad. Explicit is way better than implicit. It's not implicit. I'm not suggesting to make it implicit. I'm suggesting to make your type be the module instead of them being separate things. Right? That's what you can do in Rust. In Rust, you can have a you can have a struct foo, and then you can have inside of the foo basically a namespace like this, you know, like that's how you do the methods, right? Function foo. So like the path of this method is actually foo : foo. Same as you had a module foo, and then inside you have a function foo. This is the same thing. Then you say like just foo : foo. This is the same thing, and this is the same thing. So in this case, the type is also like acting as a module basically. Instead of saying like you could instead like if you want to have like associated methods to associated functions, associated like anything, you can have associated types. I mean, types are unstable right now, but you can have associated constants here too, right? Whatever. So like if you want to have the alternative of that without this feature, then you would need to like do the same thing. You would need to have module foo, and then you have struct t inside, and then function foo, which takes instead of self like you know, this thing instead of self. I don't know, I feel like this is ugly though. It does make the language simpler, but I don't like simple languages because it makes like, I don't know, it looks ugly. It reads bad. When you move code from one place to another place, T might become something else. So it's less refactorable too, I feel like. Elixir and OCaml don't have methods. Yeah. Cachemap._. Yeah, you can do the underscore as another convention. But underscore means the please infer thing. But if you think of Go, I think Go is a really bad language. But Go does have methods, so they don't have the ugly T convention at least. You can even fully qualify T if you want to, so there is no ambiguity when you move code. But you don't fully qualify it when you write the thing inside of your module, right? Do you? You don't do that. You can look at the OCaml, like what, like list, whatever, like map, right? Int pairs type T is int times T. Compare. Well, I guess I mean in this case they let the type be inferred. They don't annotate the types here. Map make. So yeah, so like that's how they have basically associated types too, right? So in Rust you would have something like this. In Rust you would have a module map. No, not the module map. In Rust you have, well, I mean this is a functor, which is in Rust the alternative for trait basically. So you have trait map, where you have like type key and type value, right? Do they have type value here? They didn't even specify the value type here for some reason. Oh, because T is generic. Okay. Yeah. They have a different interface than we have in Rust. So like you have a map over key in this case, and then you have like basically self, which is a generic over A. So like self, so like the actual map is generic over value. That's the thing. Yeah. There is no direct alternative here for this specific thing. you could make a functor which takes the value as another argument, though. Yeah. You ask because it wants to be very simple. Yeah, I think simplicity is the wrong direction with the languages. I want the language to be simple to use, not simple to implement. Because I'm not the one who's implementing the language, right? It doesn't matter. I, as a programmer, don't care if the language is like complex on the inside. It doesn't matter to me. I want the usage of the language to be simple, which is why I don't like the language that is simple is something like assembly, right? But using that language is difficult. Same is like true for Go, in my opinion, just in a lesser, just a little less so than for assembly, because it's more complex language than assembly. Mm -hmm. Like, imagine if you were talking English, but you only had like 100 words instead of a billion words that there are in English. Ask about Go's error handling. Oh, it's ugly. I don't think Go. I mean, yeah, it's ugly, but I don't think it's the worst part about the language. It's pretty bad, though, indeed. Simple writer for 1,000-word talker. So you can simple writer write like up goer 5 and things explainer. What do you mean? Oh, I am just writing words. Are you saying that like, so like the red words are the ones that are not in the dictionary? So this is one of the I only used one of the 1,000 words here. The 1,000 most common words. What's the word that is okay? So it's not that bad. You can have a language that's simple, maybe. But then like eventually we will try to say something that is not in among the 1,000 most common words, right? And that's where it's going to suck. Try coding or programming. What do you mean with the 1,000 most common words? You mean just the programming? Yeah, programming just doesn't exist. Right. So how do you explain programming? If the language doesn't know what programming is, you need to implement programming using simpler terms then, right? Use of moved values, this dot clone. Turn caffeine into text. The computer should understand and insult everything plus everyone if something doesn't work. What? Only knows one English word called what? Yeah, that one is among the 1,000 most popular words, I guess. Okay, look at this. So we actually compiled. So what I was doing in the last 1.5 hours, I basically improved my context inference, I guess. So here's the problem that we had before. Why I was doing this awaiting fully inference, right? I have this expression, current loop context underscore, right? So in order to infer what's the context needed for this expression, I need to know what this type is. So I need to wait for this to be fully inferred, because this over here, this underscore needs to be inferred inside. And only then I can know like the specific context here. So this actually works now. We have the guessing number. A number has been guessed. 12 less, guess again. 5 less, 2 greater, 3 greater, 4. You have guessed the number. Congrats. And number has been picked again. Guess, exit. There you go. So like we have the guessing number. Wait, fully inferred. Okay. So we have the guessing number, and what I want is I want the guessing number to work in the browser. We want the guessing number to have the front end that we will so we want to transpile this to JavaScript, right? Let's first transpile to JavaScript and make it work with Node.js, and then after the Node.js I want it to work with the browser actually. Transpiling could have a funny connotation to it. Okay. So here's my guess a number game, right? Here's my guess a number game. Let's try transpiling this to JavaScript and see what happens. So I just do cast this example, but we say compile JS. No, not compile. We say compile target JS. All right, beautiful. Not yet implemented. Cast. Of course. Okay. So what is this? Inside of my guess a number, we have this thing which says I'm trying to parse the string, right? What's the parse function? The parse function is basically, we say like something like int32 as parse dot parse. This expression gives me basically the table of functions that is implementation of the parse trait for the int32. So we need to have this expression. But I feel like same as the templates, this needs to be evaluated at compile time basically. So we inline this. We don't actually compile this expression because this is a type and the types should not exist at runtime. Nice work on the feature you just completed. Is cast not yet implemented? Well, a lot of the parts of cast are not yet implemented. Like, I mean, this is implemented for the interpreter, but not for the JavaScript. And like, JavaScript cannot implement this at all because this requires to have a type as a runtime value, which is not possible in JavaScript. I mean, maybe I could make like types as values in JavaScript, but I don't think so, right? So we need to actually evaluate this at compile time. So let's see. So we have a cast expression, and similar to the expression instantiate, I am actually evaluating this here. Yeah. So similar to that, the cast expression needs to be the same. Yes. Which means that in order to do this, I need to also capture the environment where the expression was compiled. Right? I feel like maybe in the expression data, I should always like capture the environment of the expression. Or is that going to be using too much memory? I don't know. What if I just say that over here I have the captured, just captured scopes, right? In my expression data always. How about that? As to capture. So it would be something like bark scopes. And then like if I have expression template. No, not template, instantiate. Then we have like the same captured stuff here. But I don't actually do it here anymore. Function compiled. Yeah, I think maybe I don't do it here and I just have it inside of the data. Captured. If I'm substituting the bindings on my captured, then the captured is still the same. I don't think I'm substituting anything here. Yeah, let's do that. Compiler. So now in this place, when I'm instantiating, I don't do this. It's going to be captured automatically when I'm initializing, right? So in the initializer, there you go, we have a bunch of errors. So over here, I just say captured is, I always have the cast here, right? So just say cast.capture everywhere. I feel like that's what I do. So basically, this means that I will be able to evaluate any expression like during transpilation, so that I can basically I can change any expression to like to a constant, because that thing cannot exist at runtime. No such field, because that field is over here. Okay, is that all the places? And then we have JavaScript here. So when I do the instantiation, I don't have the captured. when I have instantiate here, I don't have the captured, and the captured is actually stored inside of the thing. Want to open the topic of Rust types versus implicit modules again? It's a good feature, but have you considered that good features sometimes are so perfect they get boring? What's boring? You mean like types as modules is boring? And you want more verbosity to make it less boring? Option T looks fun. Sure, if it looks fun to you, then yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure, if your goal is to have fun, then you can have fun like writing assembly, you can have fun writing Go and writing Python. For sure. I could see myself having fun writing those languages, you know? You can have some fun debugging segfaults in C++. That's fun. Yeah. Like, you know, when you eventually like actually solve the segfault, and like, you know, that brings you joy, right? If you don't need to solve anything, that nothing brings you joy, right? Because if something is already solved for you. In main system, Dell C Windows System 32, that one is real fun. Okay, so I just say that captured is data. We need to now look inside the data. Data captured like this. With scopes. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. Although, like, shouldn't it like this then be the same? Like, shouldn't instantiate just be evaluated and that's it? Why am I transpiling this to a call? Is that weird or is that not weird? Because I do the monomorphization here, right? I don't actually evaluate it, I do the monomorphization. So maybe that's a little bit different. Okay, fine. And then over here, so the custom expression, I feel like I want to do something like this. I feel like I want to do something like this. Self. What should I call this? This function that takes an expression, and while compiling the expression, instead of transpiling, it actually converts it to a value. Like, technically, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do just eval the expression, but with scopes, which is the expression data capture. So like I'm evaluating using the captured scope. Kind of await question mark, and this gives me the value, and then that value is going to be transpiled. We have value, which is this, and then I have value dot, And I have self transpile value. Right? That's what we want. But this is like, this could be more generic. It shouldn't maybe only be used for the casting. Let's see if it does transpile though to something. Because that's what was not implemented before. So int32 as parse. If we look at the standard library, int32 as parse is this thing. So like basically we have an object with the parse field, which is the implementation of the parsing. Now this native should be implemented, so this is implemented in the interpreter right now, but I should instead have this implemented in the should have the JavaScript implementation for the parsing. We don't have the captured. Yes, we don't. Any reason why you don't use cargo watch? What to use the cargo watch for? I mean, that's what my basically Rust analyzer is doing for me. It's watching the changes and then like invokes the cargo check basically. I don't want to rerun the program. I only want to rerun it once I'm finished. Because this compilation takes time. You see, it's very slow. To compile. I mean, so like the idea is, so I heard you can have a different target folder for the Rust analyzer so that it doesn't block these builds. Then I guess I could do that. Do you do that? Rust separate target folder for Rust analyzer. Everything is slow on a potato computer. I should update. But I mean, I can see this being like twice as fast. This compiled in 1 minute 22 seconds. Executor still has unfinished tasks. What? Wait, what? Huh? This is called when I'm dropping the thing. So like the program actually was transpiled properly, right? If I say compile target.js, what is happening actually? That's weird. The longest part in my small baby app is linking the whole binary, which takes around 1-2 seconds. Well, yeah, the more code I write, the slower it is to compile. We should like I should split this into separate crates to make the compilation faster. As one of the things that could be done. Also, I'm using a lot of async code. Async code is bad, I'm pretty sure, for compilation times, and like generic code in like. If you rewrote cast, would you plan a design for it that is not async? I'm pretty sure that async is very important. Like, I want it to be async. Async is important. Because otherwise, you, like, I still, like, if I don't make it async, then then I write code, like, in some callback form, like the old JavaScript, before you had the async await in JavaScript. Because I need to, like for example, the Like I literally just wrote today the thing that is waiting for the first for the type to be fully inferred, right? So instead of having this API where I await the right, I await fully inferred type. Instead of doing this, I can do. I would need to add a callback. So like once the type is fully inferred, then run this code, right? In this specific case, it wouldn't be that bad, but there's a lot of stuff that actually needs it. Also, I will need it anyway because of the continuations that need to be in the language. So that will be implemented using async await anyway. But with the callbacks, a lot of the code would look ugly. You don't even need Tokyo if you're just using threads. No, async is not only important if you make use of threads. No. My game engine is also using async a lot, and I do not use threads or Tokyo there. You use async in the JavaScript. Why do you think people in JavaScript use async? They don't use threads. Their JavaScript is single-threaded in your browser. And they still use async await. Why do you think they do that? It makes code look easier, look simpler. Otherwise, you're in a callback hell. Some things, so like if you were also implemented the async using callbacks in Rust, you might also have the lifetime problems. So like async await is like when you are writing an async function, you can store a reference inside of your thing. So like your function is compiled into a state machine, which is becoming a self-referential type, which in turn like requires your futures to be pinned while pulled and stuff, right? But like you can have a reference. You can have a self-referential type when writing async stuff. If you do it by hand, then you will need to do some unsafe code. In JS is going from hell to hell. Like going from callback hell to promise hell. Is it actually hell for people? Is there such a thing as promise hell? How to escape the promise hell? It's loading. Avoid promise hell using this trick. Is medium not working? Oh, there you go. Unlike callback hell, promise hell is accidentally self-inflicted. Promise hell is just a lack of familiarity with promise. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. So like they are basically saying that promise hell is a skill issue, right? Yeah, like this is how your code would look like if you don't have the async await. You do .then, and stuff like that, instead of just writing some async await stuff. Promise all. Wait, is this like a article written before async await was there? Why are they using thens instead of like why are they using promises directly instead of just async await code? You can hellify everything. Yeah. Executor still has unfinished task. This one is weird. This is a weird bug. This is a weird thing. This is a weird thing. If executor still has unfinished tasks, shouldn't I just wait for them? Executor. Advance. Drop. Self-infiltrate tick. So there is something that is still waiting for something else, yeah. What if I comment this out? Like, it's weird. Like, this is a drop implementation, which is supposed to be like, since I only have one executor. Oh, look at this. Casting binding T into std parse is not implemented. So that's the problem. The actual problem is that something else resulted in an error. Yeah, and so yeah, that's why I'm still waiting here. But why didn't I see this error before? So this is while transpiling this stuff, right? While transpiling this. Yeah, so like the problem here, we do a parse for all t, right? T as parse, but this t now needs to be not t. This now needs to be an int32, right? This now needs to be an int32 because I did instantiate the parse with an int32 specifically. So it wasn't substituted, maybe, for some reason. While transpiling this. Yeah, so I have like this. Okay, sure. Guess a number. Yeah, so this one specifically, parse, is what we do. While transpiling function expression here. No, while transpiling const expression here. Parse. Wait, is parse a const? While doing this? Oh, this is a pipe. Oh, wait, hold on. I think my pipes don't work. I think I remember this. I think I have problems with pipes. Let's try this over here. Parse. Parse s. This might be the problem. Yeah, now they say casting type int32 into std parse is not implemented. But that's wrong, because this is literally implemented. This literally is implemented. Okay, so I have a bug with pipes. My pipes lose the information for some reason. In my language, once I parse all user types and the user function signatures, I multi-thread compilation on all user functions because they're just reference immutable state of known types and functions. Once you parse all user types and user function signatures. Well, I mean, in my language, I cannot. I mean, I guess like I'm spawning the async task instead of spawning a thread. Sure. I guess I could make this work with threads. Instead of awaiting for the compilation for something, I just block the thread until something is ready there, right? That's what I could do. I could use the threads, yes. But then I cannot make it work on the web, right? I cannot make the compiler available in the playground. Then we will need to, for the playground to work, I would need to send the actual code to the server and then compile it there. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could do this with threads instead of async. Maybe. Casting type int32 into std parse is not implemented. That's not true, because if I go to the REPL like this and I say int32 as parse, as std parse, literally like this, then I have the implementation. So like if this works, right? If this works, then this error doesn't make any sense. Casting type int32 into std parse is not implemented. Casting this into that is not implemented. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, maybe it's a different one for some reason. Because std parse is a template. Okay, so what's happening? int32 std parse. REPL. If I have std parse, it's a template. Oh, wait, hold on. Is it because I'm substituting the bindings, potentially? Substitute bindings for expression. Wait, is that not what I'm looking for? 31 implementations. Oh, there's a it's inside of the deriver, yeah. So we have the thing which is cast. We have a value expression. Target is a value. Yeah, target is value, so it's already actually evaluated here. It is already evaluated. So this results in an int32. This results in the thing interpreter of the casting just does that. So I just evaluate the value. And then I just cast value into the target. Casting. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. It says cast. Oh yeah, casting type in 32. Yeah, okay. That's fine. So we know that it is a type which is int 32. All right. So what's the problem? That should work. That should work. That should work. Why does it not work? Compiler casts. Cast map. We just have basically the key, which is value target, because I only have the simple implementations right now. Like this. So I'm doing the casting. Like that. We know that it's not a type. Key. New. Result. Value. Yeah, this just gives me the value back. That's right. This error doesn't make any sense to me. I have a bug. Where is my bug? Let's try simple. Let's try simple thing. So we do cast yeah, just go into the REPL here. Let's do this. Compile AST int32 as parse. Expression. There you go. So like this is the thing that we have compiled, right? So I have a constant which is type int32, and I'm trying to cast it into std parse. Now on JavaScript, transpile this thing, right? Let's say this. Let this expression. So right, this is my expression. JavaScript transpile d not yet implemented. Not yet implemented. Impl type as parse.parse. Wait, what? Oh, it's a native function. Okay, yeah. So like actually this worked correctly. I think this worked correctly. The reason it panicked is because I have in the standard library the parse, the int32 as parse. Let's do this here. This is going to be a function which takes a string and returns, so like this is a function taking s, which is a reference to string, returning self, which is in this case int32, right? So this is the function, actual function, and then I have a cfg if here. If my target name is interpreter, then we do a native parse, and if it is name is JavaScript, then so what do I do here? What do I do in JavaScript to parse a thing? Would you parse int? Hello world? None? Beautiful. I guess that's what we do, right? Spaces don't matter. Okay. Not the exact implementation, but yeah, we just do this in parse int as dot get, because this is a reference to string, so I need to get the thing here. Okay, let's try it again. So expression is compile ast int32 as parse, right? That's my expression. JavaScript transpile expression. It has been transpiled successfully, right? Oh shit, it has been moved out. Let's do this again. Print.js. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean it's not found? It's over there. Because a semicolon. Okay, I still have that bug. I need to fix it too. I need to remove the semicolon here for now. Okay, so here's the JavaScript, right? So I literally have the so int32 as parse is an object like this, which has the field parse, which takes an argument like this, and then just parses the thing. Yes, this is correct. This is correct. So if it works here, then why doesn't it work for my guess a number game? Maybe because if I do compile ast something like parse 123 of int32, how about this? So this e is me instantiate. So this is automatically instantiating the template function parse. Maybe stdlib is not loaded. It shouldn't matter. No. Hold on. So over here, we have the auto instantiation here because this is a generic thing. So we automatically instantiate this to be int32 based on like the result type here through the type inference, right? The argument is type int32. It has been inferred already. Nice. Yeah. So we do this and then we do that. So let's try. JS is JavaScript transpile E. And then it's, yeah, so like this doesn't work. If I go through the function parse, why? Why is that? Let's have so we have a bug. Let's have test. So if I just say, for example, int32, let's do this. Use std star, and then I say that x int32 is underscore as parse dot parse 123, and then I want to dbgx, for example, like this code, right? If I say cast test ks like this, expected int32 got string. Oh, right. So because I made a function here, I need to do parse s here. That's correct. Okay, so there we go. So see, this code works, right? We also have some type inference happening here. Yeah. I can also do this here. It's the same thing. Okay, and then I want to transpile this. Compile JS test AS. So this is transpiled successfully, right? I can also try running this through Node, and this is printing 1, 2, 3. See? This is printing 1, 2, 3. So this is working properly. What doesn't work is not the actual casting operation, but when I go through another template. So let's try just making this into a function. So like I just call function f, where my function f is just a function that is returning this thing. Let's see if that it's still working. This still works. But now if I have the function f to be a for all, I guess I don't even need the anything here. I just do a for all like this. So we just instantiate the template with technically no arguments like that. And then it says not yet implemented. Something is not yet implemented. Wait, what? What's not implemented? Oh, template. Yeah, I guess this cannot be a runtime value. This must be a const. Okay, so yeah, we have the same problem. Does the for all is needed here? If I do this without that, yeah. So like it's literally when I'm doing the this thing. This one has a different bug, or not, or is this not a bug? This is auto instantiation doesn't work. Left equals right fails. Oh, because this must be a unit pattern. Oh, because it's an wait, what? Inferable. Yeah, this one has a unit, right? But on the right, I have a non-inferable. Oh, wait, hold on. This should work. What? This is a bug. Hold on. We have equality for values. Partial equality. Yeah, because inferable and not infer. This is incorrect. I need to not infer this. I guess. Also the types. Are the types the same? The types are the same, yeah. I need to do this. I need to write a manual implementation for this. Value impl. Implement ACK or value impl. Or I guess ACK can be derived, right? It's just the partial ACK. And even the ORD and partial ORD, I guess, needs to have a different implementation. Impl partial ACK or value impl. It's because the non-inferable and inferable values, they still can be equal, right? So if they are both inferable, A and B, then we just say A is equal B, that's fine. If I say non-inferable AB, then we can say A is equal B, that's fine. So inferable, inferable, non-inferable, non-inferable is that, and then we have inferable A and non-inferable B, or non-inferable B and inferable A, right? So in this case, A is inferable and B is non-inferable, right? In this case, I need to say that A dot. What's the implementation of the equality for the inferable things anyway? I'm just trying to get the value. They must be the same variables. Yeah. So I guess I just say inferred. Or as inf. Can I not get inferred? I guess I just do inferred. Inferred. Map error. Inferred, okay. Unwrap. Expect. Not inferred. So this is my A, and then I say A is equal to B. Potentially not panic here. No panic. But we cannot partial ACK we cannot make that return a result. Star B, I guess. Interesting, it's saving lurk state per user. No. Wait, shoot it? Do something? That's just a simple text command. It doesn't do anything. The lurk commands. Why didn't you get the lurk message when you entered lurk? Where was your lurk? I don't see your lurk. I only see your unlurk. Yeah, I guess it doesn't work with text. At all, right? Should get rid of these warnings so that I don't need to scroll. Yeah, and then we need the ORD implementation to implement partial ORD for value impl. Implement ORD for value impl. So partial ORD is going to be implemented through just self cmp other sum. And this over here is going to say, so I need the actual values now, right? Yeah. So let A is A dot, let A be self, B is other, A is A dot, do you have some methods as inferred? Expect inferred. Oh, I have the expect inferred. Yeah. Maybe borrowed. This thing here, self impl is inferred. Want that to be the method on the impl here. Right, this returns result, maybe borrowed value shape, right? Like this. So I don't do inferred, okay, I do A. I mean, I can just do this here too, right? A is self as inferred. B is other as inferred. And then I just say A is equal to B, right? That's what I want. And then we, since this returns the result, I need to do this and then expect. Not inferred. And then this is to do no panic. We call this closure immediately, right? Okay, and then I do the same thing over here, but this is just a.cmpb. Right? Add semicolon here? No. Binary operation cannot be equal, and I guess the CMP also. Yeah, and also this must be okay. I report, because otherwise it's going to not be able to do that. A CMP, because that's what we do here. And then for maybe borrowed, I need to implement partial act for maybe borrowed, where T is partial act, I guess. So I just say T act self other. That's going to go through the giraffe. Same goes for act. This one doesn't have anything. Then we have a partial board. It's going to be partial CMP. The partial CMP. And which is just CMP. And no option here. Is that it? Wait, why was I doing this again? I forgot. I forgot why did I need to do this? No additional text allowed because cast doesn't have string slice methods yet. No, I think you can implement the lurk with this state. I think you can. It's just like implement as a state command right now. It's not very easy to do right now. We need like to basically to have this strip prefix exclamation mark lurk, right? Like I was doing some advent of code, right? So we did similar things already where I did implement the split white space, but it's not in the standard library. Yes. All field impl. Yeah, this is just match self. Did I try the Mandelbrot? Yeah. I mean, Mark was sending this on stream. Yes, we have it. I put it in the examples too. The Mandelbrot. What is this? Wait. What's wrong with... Huh? What's wrong with this editor? Anyway, we just run it, and it hangs the browser. So we will come back there later. We do have the Mandelbrot working here. It just takes a little bit of time to calculate. There we go. How's the code cached? What do you mean cached? Alright, we have the same problem. Alright. Okay, so we have this. Oh, yeah. This one was not compiling before, now it is. Alright, so I fixed some problem. So the issue that we have is that when I have the thing, what we are doing is we are doing the monomorphization. I guess the monomorphization breaks this code somehow. That's what happens, probably. Let's take a look at monomorphize. What am I doing here? I'm doing substituted body, right? So it's compiled function body, substitute bindings. So substituting the bindings on the expression. Was the code cached? Wait, what? I opened the playground. Is the code was there? No, I just opened it on the other monitor and then I moved the window. Nothing is cached. Substitute bindings. Okay, what if I do this? For all t, let's just do it without the function even here, right? Let's see if this works. So I just instantiate the template here. We can do underscore here, it's fine. That still is a bug, okay. And if I just run this, it still works, all right. Yeah, okay. Can I make this even simpler? Let me make this even simpler. I can. What if I just drew this? Hold on. int32 as parse. Just like this. Just don't even do anything. Just let x be equal to f like this. Right? It doesn't give me the integer. It just gives me the thing, and it is not implemented. I can run this. Okay. It just gives me the implementation. All right. So this doesn't work. Why? At the same time, if I make this without the for all, right? G is just int32 as parse. I mean, I guess the function. Then let x be g. So the difference between the function and yeah, this works. So the difference between the function and a template, the only difference here is that I'm doing the monomorphization. Otherwise, it's supposed to be the same thing. All right, let's see what happens. I'm just substituting the body, right? So in this case, the body is just this expression. This is done in the derive macro. Substitute bindings. I have the enum. We go over the variants. In each variance, we have the fields, and every field is just being substituted. Like this. So it's either skipped, then it is just passed as is. Otherwise, we just do the substitute binding. All right. And hello, bad cop. So here's my expression, and we have the cast expression. So this means that I'm doing the substitution of the value and substitution of the target. So if I have the value, and we have the implementation of the substitute types for value, and we have impl here, so we go here, it becomes inferable, while previously it was non-inferable. Maybe that's the difference? Oh, that is the difference for sure. Okay. So it's the same issue, just like the one that I just said, right? We have this try hash. So we have this try hash here, and like since this is an enum, this and this is hashed differently. So I don't need to. I need to not do that. I need to do the same as I just did for the equalities. That's the same bug. Impl x for value impl. Let's just not do this in the drive at all. And then we have implement try hash for value impl like this, right? So error would be error report, sure. Cast, fix that typo. Okay, so basically I do a match self. So I just don't hash the I just don't hash the tag of the enum, right? And that's it. So if it's an inferable value, then I just do value.try hash. And if I have in non-inferable value, then I also just do value try hash, right? What about this one though? Yeah, so like if it's inferred, then we try hash this. Otherwise, we just panic, right? Yeah, so like I just hash the inferred value here. It should be called value, probably not type, because we don't only infer the types. Hmm. How close is Nerdsoul to redeeming change of plans? Wait, how does it cost? How much does it cost? 5 million? Should I increase the cost there? Yeah, now this attribute is not doing anything. Okay, I think it's just going to be fixed now. We're going to compile the guessing number to the JavaScript in a second, I think. There might be some more missing parts though. Probably like something like read line is not implemented right now. Hmm. Can we just somehow magically increase the compilation, like speed up the compiler? Question mark, question mark. Okay. Waiting. Is the Twitch alert didn't work? Did the Twitch alert didn't work?
Why would you do change of plans when you can do
Oh, it was muted?
TTS redeems?
Why was it muted though? I think it's just like the Twitch connection broke again, like always. We just break sometime. I refreshed the overlay, the browser source. Oh my god, doesn't have type known at compile time. What do you mean? Cannot convert the DIN error? What? Cannot convert the DIN error. Size is not implemented for the DIN error. Isn't this boxed? Okay, so can I just do map error? IRI. Report from. Maybe we need to rewrite the entire language into a different language that compiles faster. This is pain. This is where we rage quit Rust. Every single change takes a minute. We go back to OCaml or what? What is the better language to use here? Or do I try Haskell again? I could get over my issues with the records in Haskell, I guess. We can try Haskell. To do it in Java? No. No Java. I think only OCaml or Haskell. I would maybe like to try Haskell more than OCaml. I just need to really get over my issues with Haskell. What's the try-hash deriver doing? Is this a separate crate? It is. So this deriver is saying that error is boxed in error, right? So I want to convert this to that thing. IRI. Report. ROM. Like, I want to convert a boxed in error into the report. Can I do that? Because report works a lot like boxed in error. So, like, can I convert one to the other? Try TypeScript? Nah, I think TypeScript is... I mean... I don't think I will like TypeScript. Or, I don't know. I mean, the rewrite is going to take a while, though, so I don't know. Instead of transpile to JavaScript, you should transpile to JVM. Yeah, we could do that too. But JVM doesn't work in the browser, or does it? Do we still have the plugins for browsers that allow you to run Java? My goal is to run in the browser. That's why I'm doing JavaScript. It works in the browser. Like there's that like WebAssemblies. Oh, you just need Internet Explorer 6, right? From E, where E is std error. Is the error implemented for the boxed? Oh, I guess the error is not implemented for the boxed error. That's why we cannot do this, right? New E std error. There was a way how to convert box din error into, I guess anyhow error is the same thing. Using the question mark operator or anyhow. Wait, hold on. Wait, is this working in anyhow but not in IRI? What if I used IRI instead of anyhow? IRI report also implements from boxed in error. No, it doesn't. I just looked at the documentation, right? ROM. We have only the implementation of from E, where E is std error, but std error is not implemented for the boxed error. ChatGPT is lying to me. JVM is bloated. So error ROM impl from T4T. What? There you go. Wait, hold on. So anyhow does have the implementation of from boxed in error, but IRI doesn't. I thought this IRI was just a fork of the anyhow. Hold on. Repository. Boxed in std error. Converting from anyhow error. Wait, hold on. The best way to convert between the two would be first to convert the anyhow error to a boxed in error and then convert that to the IRI report with the macro. Okay, hold on. So you do it only with the macro? Why is it done in such an annoying way? So we have the the IRE macro. Which is poorly documented anyway. So do I just do this IRE E? I think that's how you do it in... Agda is inspired by and written in Haskell. Should I try to rewrite it in Agda? To also have the formal proofs, because you can do the proofs in Agda, right? So we'll prove that our language is correct or something. Yeah, this works. Well, this is so poorly documented though. Maybe I should have used anyhow instead of IRE. I mean, eventually I will just move to my own error type. If we keep this in Rust. I should just have my own error type. Okay, there we go. It is compiled. Wait, it is compiled, but it didn't give me any output. Oh, because it's running through the node already. Okay, there we go. So we can do. Where's my test? Right. So this is the test. Can I just say let x int 32 let dbg x is parse 1 2 3. Does this work now? It works. Okay, there we go. So this is running through JavaScript, not through the interpreter. Okay, this is compilable. Let's continue with the guessing number. Okay, guessing number actually was compiled. But it says random is not defined. Okay. It says random is not defined. We need to implement the random number generation. Because in the standard library we have native random over here, right? Okay, let's see. So this is a function. So this is a function taking these things, right? And this is the implementation. Native random. Min max. This is if target name is interpreter. Then we do this. If my target name is JavaScript, then how do I do the RNG in the how do I do RNG in JavaScript? Random is not defined. It's probably like math random, right? Math random JavaScript. You have the maximum there. Can you do the minimum too? Where's the specification of the arguments? Parameters, none. But they literally did this. Oh, wait, no. Math random doesn't. Yeah, you implemented yourself. Okay, by doing this. All right, fine. If I want an integer, though, it gives you 0, 1. Yeah, if I want an integer, get random int 0, 3. Oh, you just do math floor. Yeah, because this is always less than 1, right? That makes sense. Okay. All right. Okay. But this is supposed to be generic over all the things. Let's just make it work right now just for the integers though to do, not only ints. For now, I just say that I generate this JavaScript code, which says math random times, and then we do math floor, right? It's math floor, math random times. It's funny how you only do ints, but JavaScript doesn't have ints. Well, because my my game guessing number is doing this on the ints, right? Math random times what? So we have a minimum and a maximum here for my API. Let len is maximum minus minimum. So we do here, we multiply by length, and then we add minimum, right? And then we floor this result. That's what I get. And then the floor is not needed if... Yeah. Yeah. This one, this interpolation though only accepts the identifiers though, I think. I'm not sure actually. I don't remember how I implemented this. We can try maximum minus minimum here directly. Does this work? No, it doesn't. Oh, minimum is not found. Wait, what? Wait, what? Minimum is not found. Minimum is here. While compiling this token. Over here. Oh, minimum colon t, of course. Of course. Yes. Minimum and maximum, like that. Yeah, maximum minus minimum is not found because, yeah. That's why we need this to be a variable. Maximum minus minimum. Alright, now cannot read properties of undefined, read and read line. So now, the last part, I think, is being able to read line. So we have the guess a number. Here, we have read line. Read line is a function defined in the standard library. Read line. Read line is just current input dot read line. So we have the inputs that is supposed to allow us to do the read line. So we need to just implement that in the JavaScript transpiler. We have a node context, right? Where I insert the, yeah, so this is the way to write. And then I need to insert the way to read. That's right. So context default input type. And then over here, so what do I have? I have read line, context. How do you read line in JavaScript? Read line. Is this a function? It's not a function. What's read line? Anyone who's good with JavaScript? How to read line in Node. Read line module. Oh, I need to create the interface. What? Here's a basic example of how to read a line from the user input, like from the terminal. Why is there output in the read line? Isn't this supposed to only work with input? Really annoying. So I create interface over the input, which is going to be process std_in. Yeah. And what is process std_in? Like, can I not just use something process std_in here? I guess this is more annoying, right? There is some async too. Like, wait, hold on. Readline question. Do I not have this sync API? Do I not have the sync API? Is there a sync API? Does not provide a sync API for reading lines. However, you can simulate using packages as workaround. Use the readline sync package community. Native workaround, object recommended. Require FS, read file sync, add dev std in. Okay. We can do that. I mean, technically, nothing is stopping me from like having this to be async, but then I need everything to be async. We need to generate async JavaScript actually if I want this to be async. Yeah, I need everything to be async in JavaScript world too. That actually makes a lot of sense to make this async. Let's for now though do it without async. Let's literally do this example. Read file sync. Wait, no, this read file sync reads the whole file, right? It reads all input at once until end of file. Okay. Can I not like block on async code in JavaScript? Is there no such workaround? Is there a workaround to block until future is resolved? In Node.js, JavaScript is asynchronous by design, then there is no native way to truly block the main thread until the promise is resolved like you would do in synchronous code. However, you can simulate this behavior using a few workarounds, some safe and some not recommended. Safe modern approach recommended. Use async await with a top level await. Like this. Yes, so I think this is what I will need to do. So like everything will need to be async basically. Hacky workaround, not recommended in production. If you really want to block, you can use dasync. Install dasync. So I just do dasync. It blocks the entire loop. Readline sync. This requires packages. I don't want a package. I think we go into the async world here immediately. How to make an async closure in JavaScript? Can I just say async this into that? Async function. Let x be async function. X. This is a promise, right? I mean, I can use the function like this. Can we do the I mean, I don't really care about the syntax here. I can do an async function, yeah. Wait, but hold on. If I have an async function and then I want like all of the this is so annoying, I guess. I mean it's not too annoying. I just when I'm transpiling, the calling of a function, it's always going to be async, right? Yeah, it's actually not that difficult, I think. Let's see. So this is the representation of the JavaScript code. So when I create a function like this, when I create a function, I was previously just making a new anonymous closure, right? But now this should be async function, right? And then instead of the arrow, we don't need the arrow now anymore. We just open the curly brackets. And then when I call a function, I don't just call a function. I call a function and then I await the result, right? So I write f await function being called, and then I close the thing again, right? So every function is now async. Easy as that. Right? Await is not defined. Wait, what? What do you mean await is not defined? Node. Let x be async function. Return 1. Can I do await x? I can. What do you mean it's not defined? Await async function. Return 1. What? Oh, because this needs to be called, right? Like this, yeah. Okay. Await. Oh, await is not defined in the top scope. That's right. Because at the top scope, I can no longer do the await, right? Await is only possible inside of async. And this is no longer the thing. Okay. All right. So... So, so, so when I transpile to JavaScript, just my JavaScript code, main function time, yeah, like just main should be different. When I'm transpiling to JavaScript, I always get the async thing, right? Although this should just give me the object, yes. So yeah, yeah, this scope over here. Yeah. Let's so like technically this is not just a function. Let's call this async function, and let's call this await call. Right? So it's properly different. And then I want to have an actual just normal function and normal call, similar to async. This just makes like existing code work. And then I have a normal function and a normal call. Let me actually call them like sync function and sync call so that I don't use them on accident. So then I just call this to sync function, and this is where we do the old stuff, where I just do the arrow. And then we have the sync call, which is just removing this and removing that. Okay. Optimize. Wait, this is should be not sync call, sync fn. Okay, and now I can just generate this code over here. So just in the very end, I don't do the scope. Yes, this was previously with the async. I'm going to let's call this sync scope. Sync scope is just going to be sync call of a sync function. In the very end here, we do this to be sync scope. But wait, hold on. If I have the expression, then we do this. Yeah. We have a sync function. Wait, hold on. Don't we just do this sync call of an async function, and that is going to await it automatically, right? That's what you can do on the top level. It didn't work on in my REPL here. If I say x is async function, return 1, and then I call x, this is giving me a promise, right? But if I run this a script like this through the Node.js, it's going to await it automatically, right? Save more than pro. Yeah, I just have the async function and I just call the function. It just doesn't work. Yeah, because I guess inside of the REPL of the Node.js, we have the async. We are inside of the async already here. That's why we need to do this. Okay, that makes sense. But not on the top level when I run the script. So I just do the sync call here of the async function, and that's it, right? And this is the sync scope. Okay, let's try. Node internal streams writable. The chunk argument must be of type string or instance of buffer. Instead, we received a promise. So now I, on accident, passed a promise somewhere. Where? This is specifically in the right over here. Guess. Where am I? Wait, where am I? Line 700. This one. Process std out right. Ref s get. Because this is because this is an async function. This is what's supposed to be an async function now, right? Wait, hold on. Yeah, wait, what? Hold on. What's the process std out right? Process std out right. Does this accept like this is just a string, right? I just say hello, right? Yeah. Ref s. Oh, yeah. I understand now. This is a reference. Something. Like in some places I don't need things to be async, right? Because get is an async function. There you go. Get is an async function. So some of the things that I'm generating should actually still be the sync, not async. Okay. JavaScript, mostly the reference, right? Make reference. This one, make reference should generate the sync function, which is just returning the value, and this one should return a sync function. Okay. Anything else? A number has been picked. Yes. Hold on. We got to like the thing. The number has been picked, and I was going to guess. Now the problem is, what is the read line? I think that I did here, right? Read line. Oh, because read line is also std out, right? Ref as get. Wait, I don't even have the ref s here. Wasn't this supposed to completely... Also, aren't these functions supposed to be async? Wait, okay, can I await something that is not async in JavaScript? Node. Await to. Oh, I can. Oh, so I can always await something that is not like it, and it's going to automatically figure out if it needs to be awaited or not. Nice. Okay. So like, because this function, I did not make this one async, but it doesn't matter, right? But read line is a function that like I have the ref s here, which shouldn't even work. Read line, right? So I'm getting the read line, and then I'm calling, and I'm awaiting calling of this function, which is not doing anything. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. This is beautiful JavaScript. All right. Okay, so this is right, and then I await me calling this, and then I await it again. All right, I think this is fine, but I'm just wondering. This read line, is this even being called? Let me try to do this here. Console log read line called. Like, because ref s here is literally, it's not defined. Am I not supposed to get the error here? To just run a node with this JavaScript. It was not called. A number has been picked, yes. All right. So this one was never called. We have this only in one place over here. But why am I... but, like, this thing is just blocking, right? Let's... okay, fine. Let's try having a different code. Guess a number. Yeah, I literally printed guess. Oh, is it the loop that is not working? Maybe. Print. 1. If this doesn't work... yeah, 1 is not getting printed, so I'm never inside of the loop. Alright, so what's the loop then? Is loop not an expression? Wait, what's the loop? I was pretty sure that loop is an expression for me. I forget how my language works, I guess. Standard library, loop. Syntax for loop. We do this. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Because I'm calling the thing and I'm not actually awaiting this now. Like, I should await this now, right? Yeah. That's what I should do. So I just, for this, await body context like this. Await is only valid in async functions and the top level bodies of modules, because this one also needs to be an async function. Like that. And now refs is not defined. Now this is making sense, because I need the correct implementation of the read line. Okay, so what's the correct implementation here? Now this can be async, right? We can do async function context. So how do I implement this? How do I implement this? Read line in JavaScript. So I create the interface. Read line, create interface. I cannot do this over here, right? I need a global thing. Hello, Brainoid. Can I say something like self captured code push statement just have a expression. We just have a raw here. I probably should just have a raw expression, raw statements too. Raw string. Let's do that. So I just do a raw thing here, something like this code, const rl. Const read line is, so this would be a require read line, right? Require read line, create interface, input. Why does the read line need the output though? I'm not sure. Because we can have a prompt probably, right? Yeah, that's probably why. So we just say read line is this async function. Read line question. Yeah, we have a question here. Okay, let's see here. Node read line dot create interface. Input is process std in. Is this enough? Const rl is this. Rl dot down domain once listeners on. There's a question. Is there anything other than question? There's prompt, there's write. JavaScript read line. I want the documentation for this, I guess. Promises API. I want promise API. Or is it readline promises? Is that like a different... What is a readline promises dot interface? Callback API. Yeah, like I don't want to have readline question, query, options, callback. And there's over here question through the promises, right? Question. Query a statement or query to write to output appended to the prompt. Or question. What's your favorite food? You await this, and this is my answer. Okay, that's kind of what I want, right? Do I need a question, or can I just do? I guess I can just do the empty one. rl.question like this. Await. This is undefined. What do you mean it's undefined? Question. Undefined. Ah. Okay, well, I mean, I didn't give it the output. Process std out. RL has already been declared. Assignment to a constant. Node. After I initialize this, I cannot do anything. Can I just do this? Await readline create interface dot question. Hello. What am I doing wrong? Do I need to create the interface? Because this is yeah, is there like, yeah, something is happening there. Read line promises. Oh, it's require node readline slash promises specifically, right? Yeah, you require a different thing. Okay. So I await require readline promises. Yeah, there we go. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Nice. 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 So this would be a readline is require readline slash promises. Also, do I need to do node colon here? Do I need to do node colon here? Because I didn't do it, but they have it in the example. We do readline promises, create interface, process std in, process std out. If I give it the std out, can I still just do process std out, right? Or is the process std out now like owned by this readline? I need to write through the readline too. I don't know. So readline is async function which returns await readline dot question, just an empty one. Can I do this? I mean, I probably want, like, in my API to have the read line with a prompt too, right? 1, 2, 3. There you go. Hold on, look at this. Less. Hold on, we're doing the JavaScript guessing game. Less 2, greater 5. Amazing. And then I panicked. So I guess I guessed the number, and then I had the unhandled promise rejection. If I have the unhandled, this error originated either by throwing inside of an async function without a catch block or by rejecting a promise that wasn't handled with .catch. Right, so I'm using the throws. How do I, so like if I have an async function that needs to throw, and then and then while I'm awaiting, I need to catch the thing and like rethrow it basically, right? So when I await something, it doesn't rethrow it automatically unless I do .catch. Throwing inside of an async function without a catch block. So this doesn't automatically propagate the error to the await site, does it? Right? And I need to do something else. And it doesn't even give me like the thing where the throw happened. And handle rejection. ChatGPT. So I converted my sync code to async, but it was using JavaScript. So I was converting my sync code to async, but it was using throw and catch. And now I get unhandled promise rejection. When convert sync code using throw, try, catch into async code, you must also change how you handle errors. Otherwise, you'll run into unhandled errors. What's really happening? In sync code, we do this, and then we do that. In async code, we do this, unhandle rejection if there was an error. Use try catch with a wait. So do stuff is still async function, which is still throwing. Now I'm doing. So I need to do an async try catch. Wait, what? But that's what. Wait, hold on. That's what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. Because I have the try catch around my awaiting, right? The only oh wait, but not always. Oh wait, no, yeah, wait, hold on, no, always. I do this always because, like, why don't I have this stack trace? Why don't I have this stack trace though? Four, 2. I guess the number, and then it says this, and I don't have anything. So like, how do you debug JavaScript if it doesn't even give you the line where it failed? The error originated by throwing inside of an async function. Yes. Can I like figure out where it was? The promise rejected with the reason. Hashtag object. How do I debug this? Who is good with JavaScript? What to look for in your code? You're likely doing something like this. Async function, risky, throw message, and then do the risky. The rejection reason is hashtag object because they throw in a plain object. Yes, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing because this is for unwinding. Right? Yeah, this is for unwinding. Promise catch, E, throw E. But I never actually like construct the promise objects though. Right? I'm awaiting the thing and then I'm surrounding it with try catch. So the thing is that I'm throwing, the things that I'm throwing is basically this thing where I want to unwind to the yeah, where I want to unwind. I'm throwing the object which has the handle and the value, and then I'm catching this. By surrounding it with a try catch. And if I catch, then I'm trying to see if my handle is the same. Otherwise, I rethrow the arrow, rethrow the thing. Let's try the simpler example, I guess. Just see the generated code, maybe. So basically what I do is something like this. Unwindable. Unwindable. X. Unwind X. Unwind X unit, I guess. How many push-ups today? 20, not a lot. Let's do the test. So this actually worked. Okay, hold on. This actually worked. The JavaScript code that I generate looks like this, right? It looks like this. Okay, here's my read line. So yeah, I have this async function where inside I do the try throw, and then if handle is not equal to this thing, then I rethrow the error. So like it means that, so if I try to, for example, over here do just throw E, right? If for some reason this is not correct, and then I try to node this, then I have this error. So my unwind handles actually are leaking is what this means. Let's just do the push-ups first. Hold on. Done. So it means that I actually have a bug in my code. How do I debug this? How do I debug this? Wait, hold on. What if I just try running? Guess a number, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 7. I guessed a number, right? So this is what should happen. I should they should try to pick the number again. Guess a number. Let's copy paste this into the test and try to minify the example. Okay. So this is the thing. Oh, no, not exit. Oh, wait, hold on. What if I just try exit? Target. I guess JS. What if I try exit here? Quit it. And then it just breaks? Wait, hold on. Unwind, quit it. Wait, what? Quit it? That's wrong. Because this was supposed to... Oh, no, that's right. It's supposed to print the result, so it was printed. But why does the Node.js not quit? Because this is the end of the main function, right? Okay. Let me try commenting this out. And doing something like let result be 1, 2, 3. String type not inferred. Oh, now you don't know what this is? Const. Ref as.get is not a function. Print result. Yeah, because this... Wait, this is not supposed to compile. What? Why did this even compile? Print is a function that takes... This is not supposed to compile. What? Hello. There we go. So this works and we exit immediately. Okay. What do I do? Unwindable quit. And then I just say unwind quit yo. And this code we don't even compile. I mean, we compile it. Yeah, I need this result to be there still. Yo. So yo printed, right? Yeah. So this works. Okay, so what doesn't work, I guess. Maybe if I call so okay, let's try this. Let's have a function f, which takes quit and does the unwind quit yo. And then I do over here f quit unexpected token let semicolon. Okay, this works. Okay. So what's then? Is it because I'm inside of a loop? The loop. No, it works if I'm inside a loop. Okay. Oh, is it because of the read line? Is it because of the if? Hold on. We need to really minify this, I guess. Fine. Let's just do run once. And then without this loop. So this target test and node target test. So we the number has been picked. 1, 2, 3 is less. 1, 2, 5, 4, 3. We have the unhandled exception. All right. Let's remove the print. Yeah. So yeah, just read line. Yeah. Also the quitted in general is weird, right? If I just print exit here, it says quitted and then it doesn't actually quit, which is weird. Because this thing was executed, right? Print the end. Like I'm supposed to be in the end, right? Exit, quitted, the end, and then like, and then nothing happens. Weird. So there's literally nothing else there in the code, right? Or is it because I initialized the this thing? So it's still trying to maybe like read line in the future, potentially. Like if you just initialize the read liner, I don't know. Let's simplify the code here. Let's say that picked number is 1, and I need to guess the 1. Okay. 1. I guessed it. And we panic. Okay. Let me just try putting the unwind in different places. Unwind with 1. So this kind of worked. Okay. If I comment this code out, this is still wrong. Okay. Okay, so this is already wrong. I'm not quitting. I was quitting before, right? And now I'm not. Didn't I literally do the same thing here? If I do unwind quit 1 here. Wait, what? Is this the same code that I had before? Oh, or is it because I'm assigning this? Wait. Isn't this the code that I had before? Which was exiting properly. Let's remove all the code. No, hold on, it's not exiting. It's not exiting. Yeah, okay, maybe not exiting is fine. It's just because I am running through, because I'm initializing the read lines now. That's probably it. So I need to have an example that actually... Yeah, maybe break. Oh, maybe break doesn't work. Oh, break. Break doesn't work, probably. For some reason. Okay. Let's try a simpler example then. Right? Let's try just this. Loop, break. There we go. There we go. Loop break doesn't work. If I say break with a value unit, it still doesn't work. Okay, so we need to figure out why the breaks don't work. Break, break, break. So this is current loop context dot break value. Loop current loop context a unit dot break and that break needs to be a row identifier. Okay, so this doesn't work. Let's oh, because loops. Wait, hold on. No. Let me see what it compiles down to. So I have a for loop. I create a new symbol, unwindable, right? So here's my try and then catch, right? So this is the handle. Right? Can I do console log e here? Or is this not what's happening? Throw. Oh, there's a bunch of like the things here. But isn't this the top level one? This one is the top level, right? So this is the only one that's supposed to have to be there. Break. So this for loop is here, yeah. So yeah, this is me breaking from this this loop basically. Okay. Break. This code. So this is just a closure that's been called immediately. Let's just simplify this a little bit. There we go. That's a little bit of the simplification. I would like to know what's the line. And I know what's the line where I did the throw. Yes, but there is a catch. Unintended. Does not include a stack trace for where the original throw occurred because you're throwing a plain object instead of an error. That's why the rejection showed hashtag object and gives you no useful info. Okay, so I guess if I did throw the actual errors, like I don't want to capture the stack trace because this is supposed to be a control flow thing, right? So constructing an error object in JavaScript captures the stack trace, which has a big performance issue, right? Overhead. That's why we throw the normal objects. But it doesn't show me the object. It would be nice if it like showed me what is this, maybe potentially. Throw an error instead. Can I put this code into the chat GPT? I have a custom control flow using try catch with symbolic handlers for break and continue, and you're throwing plain objects like this. Yes, that's what I'm doing. You're getting unhandled promise exceptions in this code. Okay, sure. You're throwing a non-error object, and somewhere body 888570, the throw object is not caught, and bubbles up, leading to unhandled. Is transpiling something like red piling? You need to use C line or VS Code. Actually decent. What's C line? A return statement can only be used within. Oh wait, hold on. This isn't even supposed to work. Oh. Is that an extension or something? Line. Autonomous coding agent. Meh. No, I don't want to use AI to write code. I'm trying to debug what happens here. But this is my generated code. I'm generating JavaScript, right? And something is generated incorrectly. And to simplify this example, so like a loop is basically a library feature. It's not a built-in feature, and this is what it is being. Dot loop. This is the one. This is the loop. So I'm creating the unwindable thing, and then I'm having the body, which is called through the native loop function. Yeah, this makes it so that I can break out of it. Yeah. Wait. Oh, wait! I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Look at this here. This code generates incorrectly. I do async function, and then I call it immediately, but I didn't await it, right? I need to await this thing. Okay, that's the problem. Found it. Yeah. Pretty sure that I found it. Now I just need to like figure out why my... Or can I do something like in the end of the code? Like, so apparently, let me just try this. If I have... Here's my read line, right? That's what I'm doing. Read line like this. I create the thing, and then I don't use it, and it doesn't exit my node process. Can I make it so that the node process actually exits? All I'm doing is I'm initializing, I'm creating the interface to the read line. I'm creating read line interface in Node.js, and the process never exits. The interface is still open, so I need to like close it explicitly. Do I need to do process exit 0 here? Forgetting RL close. Oh, RL close. That's right. So I need to close it. Let's generate the close here. I feel like the guessing number is about to work right now. Read line, this over here. Let's call this initialize code. And I also want to have, I guess, then not the initialize code, but the cleanup code. Cleanup code. So cleanup code would be readline.close. That's what you do, right? I think. Init code and cleanup code. Yeah, so just we return the result. Yeah. We have init code. Yeah. And result. Yeah. I feel like before returning the result should be not just an expression. Maybe I do maybe do assign to the new variable result name, where value is going to be the result. So result name is and create a new unique name, result, and we return binding to the result name here. But before returning, I also say statements extend with a transpiler cleanup code. That's what I do. Tier down code. Is that a better name for it? Okay, it looks like I exited. So let's do the guessing number. Oh wait, new line was read line was closed. Now I use the use after close. Hold on, is my cleanup not? Hold on a second. This is my code. So I'm generating this, and then I'm closing this, and then I'm returning the result. I'm calling this function. This so I'm using it over here because this is an async function that I call. So I'm supposed to await this thing. It's supposed to not be closed. Wait, hold on. What's happening when you actually call an async function from the main? Is it spawning it, or is it waiting for it to complete? It's not waiting, right? So it's actually spawning it. That's what's happening with async code in JavaScript, right? Okay, so it's doing different thing. Yeah, it's just spawning it. So like this entire thing should be async after all. But then yeah, like this function needs to be async, and then I need to clone it. Okay. All right. And then I need to await this too, right? Result. I think I understand. Yeah, this over here was sync call to async function, but this should be async call, right? It's just like the entire thing that I do in the end. This is a sync scope, but this is not a sync scope. This should be like, I mean, let me just do this. I'm going to remove this function at all because it's a special case. Let code be let expression be this, where args is this. Yeah, so this is going to be sync call to async function over here in the very end only. And the statements are these ones. Okay. I'll optimize that. Yeah, this is not self, this is expression. Okay, it's going to work right now. First try, easy. Hold on. It just doesn't compile. Once it compiles, it's going to work. Oh, it's not async call, it's await call. Of course. Of course. And this is sync call to async event. Yes. First try, right now. I'm going to have the guess number. Okay, and number has been picked. Guess 5. Less. Try again. 3. Less. 2. Less. 1. You guessed the number. Congrats. A number has been picked again. There you go. And I can do exit, and I quit it. Nice. So this actually works. The guessing game is working through JavaScript now. All right. This code could be a little bit like cleaner potentially. I don't know. Here. There's one thing that didn't work. I need to fix this. So over here I say parse as, but previously it was saying as and then pipe into parse, and this for some reason doesn't work, right? Yeah, this for some reason doesn't work. I need to figure out why. But otherwise, so like a pipe is just syntactic sugar, so it's supposed to be the same thing. To do s into parse. Okay, but other than that, the thing actually works. And it's RNG, right? It's actually RNG now. Yeah, this time it picked 4. I have guessed 5 this time. Greater. Now it's 7. Okay, nice. This is an actual game. Now, so like I guess I'm not going to do it today, but next time what I want is I want this to run not in Node.js. I want this to run in the browser. Once we make this thing run in the browser, we can move on to the actual graphical things like WebGL, I guess. And then we are going to make actual games. Okay, I guess a number works in Node. Fog. Okay, I'm going to end the stream. Today is going to be a short one because I need to do other stuff. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Gotta clean up before they get home. Who they? No, we have everyone at home now. But we're going to have guests. So yeah. Actual human interaction is going to happen today. Believe it or not, I do that sometimes. It's happening very rarely, but it does happen sometimes. Okay. See you next time. Bye.